Greetings and Kopi Vosian. I'm Jeremiah Richard Lim, representing the districts of Membakut for Mr. Keamatan 2022. As you can see now, I'm riding on a horse while wearing a colorful and decorative outfits here in Kampung Sasai, Kota Belud. There's more and wonderful activities here in our own backyard. So let's grab this opportunity and explore Sabah. Kadada vago!
Hello, I am Erin Richard, a participant of Mr. Keamatan from the district of Putatan for the year 2022. As you can see, I am riding a decorated horse to promote cultural tourism here in Kota Belud. Let's enjoy this moment and gain some experience. So, come on!
Salam sejahtera and Kopi Vosian. My name is Joe Japrin from Dewan Bandaraya Kota Kinabalu. And as you can see right now, I'm riding this beautiful decorated horse in order to promote the beautiful cultural tourism here in Kota Belud. Come and join us. Amantap Kopizo!
Kinabalu Park, an area of 75,370 hectares gazetted in 1964. Featuring Mount Kinabalu, the highest mountain in Malaysia, which is a proud symbol of nature conservation. A complex structural deformation of Sabah emerges the young granitic intrusion that gives us a different altitude. From the lowland dipterocarp forest, chestnut forest, through to the cloudy mossy forest, montane oak, and the summit region, which is sparsely vegetated. It is home to a rich assemblage of plants and wildlife, some of which are unique to this mountain. Mount Kinabalu has been a sacred mountain to the native Kadazan Dusun, who live on the slope of this mountain. It was believed to be the resting place of departed spirits, and it was forbidden to climb the mountain. Kinabalu Park has been enlisted as a UNESCO World Heritage Site under Natural Category 9 and 10. It was also established as a National Geopark in 2020, paving its way to become the Kinabalu UNESCO Global Geopark by the year 2022. There are various activities that visitors can do in and around the Kinabalu Park headquarters complex. There is a total of 18 km network of nature trails to trek along the forest ridges and rivers. For bird watchers, Kinabalu offers over 300 species of birds to spot. Plants and orchid lovers will be delighted with a rich assemblage of floral diversity. It is estimated that 5% of the plants in Kinabalu is unique to this one mountain. The Mount Kinabalu Botanical Garden is an enclosed 5-acre plot which houses a large collection of living plants for visitors to explore at leisure. Among the plants not to be missed is the colorful rhododendron and the curious-looking insect-eating pitcher plants. Other attractions worth visiting are the Kinabalu Natural History Gallery. Today, thousands of tourists visit the parks and over 100 attempt the climb to the summit every day. Climbing the mountain is one of the main visitors' activities. Registration begins at 7:30 a.m. and it is advisable for climbers to start early. The climb covers a total distance of 8.7 km and a total vertical ascent of about 2,200 meters to the summit from the starting point at Timpohon Gate. Mountain guides will brief climbers of the safety procedures. For safety measures, climbers are encouraged to stay together with their group and stay within sight of their guides. The climb to the summit is subject to the weather, and Sabah parks may cancel the climb during bad weather conditions. Climbers will have to trek 6 kilometers from Timpohon Gate to Panalaban Base Camp, where Laban Rata Rest House and all the assorted huts are situated. The climbs take 2 days with a night stop at Panalaban. Climbers have the choice to choose between 2 trails when summiting Mount Kinabalu. The standard popular run-out trail with a spectacular view of nature, or the less trodden Kota Belud trail. However, special permission is required from Sabah Parks Management for those who wish to take the Kota Belud trail. Sabah Park's search and rescue team are on duty at Mount Kinabalu every day to help climbers in case they get injured on the trails. Both trails offer climbers different experiences and views to explore. The trails start from Panalaban and coincide at Sayat-Sayat checkpoint, and the ascent continues to the Lowe's Peak summit. The next most popular site to visit after the Kinabalu Park main complex is the Pouring Hot Spring, which is located on the eastern boundaries of the park and about 45 minutes drive, passing by the nearest town of Ranau. Pouring lies at an elevation of 550 meters above sea level, so the climate is warmer, and the surrounding forest is the lowland mixed pterocarp type. It is a true expression of the tropical rainforest, which is dominated by huge buttress shoria trees. Pouring derived its name from the giant bamboo commonly found around here. It is a popular spot for visitors to relax in hot spring baths and swimming pool. Other than the natural hot spring, there are also other interesting areas in the park to visit. In Pouring, you can have a thrilling experience walking across a narrow ladder hanging bridge up to 40 meters high.
Do you know? Tutung bakon or tuak uak is one of the traditional and exotic foods for the Dusun and Kadazan tribes for generations. Nowadays, the search for tutung bakon, or also referred to as tuak uak, is very rarely seen to be treated by the young people of the current generation due to the changes of the modern age.
Baik, sekarang kita ini berada di persekitaran pantai Karambunai. Kami sedang mencari sejenis makanan laut, yaitu cacing laut, yang dalam bahasa dusun adalah tutung bakon ataupun tuak-uak, yang merupakan satu makanan tradisi bagi sukaum Kadazan dusun yang berada di kawasan Telipuk sampai ke Pinampang dan Papar.
In order to get results for the search for tutung bakon or tuak uak, it requires neat and physical techniques because it involves physical, mental, time, and high accuracy.
Benda macam ini, macam tutung bakon ini, bukan senang mau tangkap. Dia ada menggunakan skill yang orang bilang memakai bukan tenaga, tetapi tenaga memang perlu kalau gunakan teknik. Tanpa tenaga yang kuat dan kecepatan itu, benda ini kita tidak dapat begitu lumayan, tidak dapat banyak.
It is believed that tutung bakon or tuak uak is also a food supplement as a strong medicine for man.
Oke, inilah tutung bakon atau tuak-uak yang sedang kami cari di tepi pantai, yang merupakan makanan eksotik ataupun istimewa bagi masyarakat Kadazan dusun.
Tutung bakon can be eaten alone, but it is usually squeezed with lemon before eating.
Oke, ini adalah tutung bakon atau tuak-uak yang sudah diproses, diperah dengan air limau, Dan sekarang saya akan memakan. Sedap lah. Macam sotong, rasanya macam cacing. Sedap. Begitu sedap.
Tutung bakon can also be cooked as delicious coconut milk porridge.
Oke, ini adalah darah cacing. Minum. Sedap. Ini adalah makanan tradisi yang telah diwarisi oleh turun-temurun. So, saya galakkan kepada semua orang muda coba try.
Do you know butod or sungot or rumbia caterpillar is one of the exotic foods from Sabah and also a traditional food for the Dusun and Kadazan tribes. Butod or sungot can be found in sago trees that have been cut down and left for 4 months to reach the maturity of the butod to grow.
Cara mencari butod, tengok keadaan itu rumbia yang sudah kena tabang, seberapa lama yang bilang kata, contoh 3 bulan ke atas lah, baru boleh dibongkar lah, cari itu dia punya ulat-ulat jok sagu itu. Tengok keadaan itu batang lah, kalau dia terlampau terjamur mungkin kurang lah. Kalau selalu sedia kala karena hujan ini, memang senang lah, macam seperti kita lakukan sekarang.
Nowadays, butod searches are only available in some areas that have sago trees. It is believed that this butod has its own benefits, such as giving health to the body, preventing disease, and beneficial to the muscles of the body.
Bilang kata orang tua awet muda, dan bilang kata memperbaiki itu kita punya kulit. Berjenama, itu nama dia, zat dia.
Butod or sungot can be eaten alone, fried, baked, or in soup.
Kinabalu Park, an area of 75,370 hectares, gazetted in 1964. Featuring Mount Kinabalu, the highest mountain in Malaysia, which is a proud symbol of nature conservation. A complex structural deformation of Sabah emerges the young granitic intrusion that gives us a different altitude. From the lowland dipterocarp forest, chestnut forest, through to the cloudy mossy forest, montane oak, and the summit region, which is sparsely vegetated. It is home to a rich assemblage of plants and wildlife, some of which are unique to this mountain. Mount Kinabalu has been a sacred mountain to the native Kadazan Dusun, who live on the slope of this mountain. It was believed to be the resting place of departed spirits, and it was forbidden to climb the mountain. Kinabalu Park has been enlisted as a UNESCO World Heritage Site under Natural Category 9 and 10. It was also established as a National Geopark in 2020, paving its way to become the Kinabalu UNESCO Global Geopark by the year 2022. There are various activities that visitors can do in and around the Kinabalu Park headquarters complex. There is a total of 18 km network of nature trails to trek along the forest ridges and rivers. For bird watchers, Kinabalu offers over 300 species of birds to spot. Plants and orchid lovers will be delighted with a rich assemblage of floral diversity. It is estimated that 5% of the plants in Kinabalu is unique to this one mountain. The Mount Kinabalu Botanical Garden is an enclosed 5-acre plot which houses a large collection of living plants for visitors to explore at leisure. Among the plants not to be missed is the colorful rhododendron and the curious-looking insect-eating pitcher plants. Other attractions worth visiting are the Kinabalu Natural History Gallery. Today, thousands of tourists visit the parks and over 100 attempt the climb to the summit every day. Climbing the mountain is one of the main visitors' activities. Registration begins at 7:30 a.m. and it is advisable for climbers to start early. The climb covers a total distance of 8.7 km and a total vertical ascent of about 2,200 meters to the summit from the starting point at Timpohon Gate. Mountain guides will brief climbers of the safety procedures. For safety measures, climbers are encouraged to stay together with their group and stay within sight of their guides. The climb to the summit is subject to the weather, and Sabah parks may cancel the climb during bad weather conditions. Climbers will have to trek 6 kilometers from Timpohon Gate to Panalaban Base Camp, where Laban Rata Rest House and all the assorted huts are situated. The climbs take 2 days with a night stop at Panalaban. Climbers have the choice to choose between 2 trails when summiting Mount Kinabalu. The standard popular run-out trail with a spectacular view of nature, or the less trodden Kota Belud trail. However, special permission is required from Sabah Parks Management for those who wish to take the Kota Belud trail. Sabah Park's Search and Rescue team are on duty at Mount Kinabalu every day to help climbers in case they get injured on the trails. Both trails offer climbers different experiences and views to explore. The trails start from Panalaban and coincide at Sayat-Sayat checkpoint, and the ascent continues to the Lowe's Peak summit. The next most popular site to visit after the Kinabalu Park main complex is the Pouring Hot Spring, which is located on the eastern boundaries of the park and about 45 minutes drive, passing by the nearest town of Ranau. Pouring lies at an elevation of 550 meters above sea level, so the climate is warmer, and the surrounding forest is the lowland mixed dipterocarp type. It is a true expression of the tropical rainforest, which is dominated by huge buttress shoria trees. Pouring derived its name from the giant bamboo commonly found around here. It is a popular spot for visitors to relax in hot spring baths and swimming pool. Other than the natural hot spring, there are also other interesting areas in the park to visit. In Pouring, you can have a thrilling experience walking across a narrow ladder hanging bridge up to 40 meters high. The canopy walkway offers an exhilarating feel of being on top of the tree canopy and a panoramic view of the forest below. For the more adventurous, a 4.4 km hike through the forest to the grandeur of Langanan Waterfall, which is about 200 meters high. North of the Kinabalu Park complex, 32 kilometers away from Kota Marudu, or some 3 hours drive from Kota Kinabalu, is the Serinsim substation. It is a junction of two river tributaries, the Serinsim and the cooler and clearer Kinarom River, which originates from deep in the natural forest. It was first set up in 1995 as a ranger boundary post and gradually developed into a tourist attraction. Hostels are available and Serinsim Deer Farm is open for the public. Another attraction at Serinsim substation is the network of nature trails and an adventurous trail with a total of 6.47 km, all the way to reach the peak of Mount Nombuyukong. You can see the untouchable rainforest, mixed hills that give the best panorama of nature, rivers that are still undisturbed, and amazing waterfalls. Mount Nombuyukong can be conquered within a day. Other smaller substations which can be visited are at Monggis, which is also the main starting point to climb Mount Tambuyukon. And Sayap is known for its hiking trails that lead to the Kamantis waterfall. The last two substations are at Nalapak and Nalumat. Both these substations serve mainly as ranger outposts for park research activities, and very minimal visitor facilities are available. Kinabalu Park is a major tourist destination in the state of Sabah, recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in the year 2000. It is a proud legacy for the people of Malaysia and the world to be protected and appreciated by present and future generations.
While men are often forced to migrate, the women who remain have heavy workloads in caring, in addition to taking care of children and the elderly. At a community level, cultural values and ancient traditions are lost. Mountains are under pressure, and so are the mountain communities. The involvement of indigenous peoples and local communities is a prerequisite for sustainable mountain development in Bimpiaga region. the traditional knowledge and food production systems of indigenous and traditional mountain communities provide important lessons on how to adapt to climate change and are a reflection of value systems that place ecosystem preservation at the center of their belief systems. For indigenous peoples and local communities living in mountain areas, land, water, and forest are not simply natural resources to be used. As their ancestors before them, today's mountain dwellers understand that their well-being, their group identity, and their children's future depend on the careful stewardship of the environment. This intangible heritage also enriches the global community, providing inspiration and insights for realizing a more sustainable relationship between humankind and the environment. Welcome to the second international webinar on people and the mountain relation, brought to you by Sabah government and Sabah Cultural Board as Malaysia's focal point for Bimpiaga socio-cultural pillar. We are broadcasting live from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, from Hilton Hotel, and joined by a live studio audience. My name is Datu Petinggi Andra Rosatama, your host and moderator. Our dialogue theme today is cultural tourism and rural community empowerment. And host Malaysia to discuss this very important theme. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our international webinar with our
Kopi Bosian, Kopi Ranggayan, Kopi Andayan, Kansayan. Salam budaya dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian. Pertama sekali saya amat berbesar hati untuk berada di sini bersama dengan Anda dalam Second People and the Mountain Relation yang bertemakan pelancongan budaya dan pemerkasaan komuniti luar bandar. Dalam kesempatan ini, saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi tahniah kepada seluruh pasukan yang telah menjayakan acara ini untuk tahun 2022. Sudah tentu ia adalah satu kerja yang dilakukan dengan baik dan cemerlang. Saya amat berterima kasih atas komitmen Anda semua. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, berdasarkan tema webinar hari ini, adalah penting untuk kita memahami kepentingan pelancongan luar bandar dan masyarakat yang tinggal di sekitar pergunungan. Pengetahuan yang mereka warisi daripada nenek moyang mereka adalah asas dalam memelihara dan memulihara alam dan gunung itu sendiri. Oleh itu, saya sangat berharap intipati webinar ini akan memberikan manfaat kepada kita dalam mempromosikan pelancongan budaya dan memperkasakan komuniti kita bagi mencapai tujuan dan matlamat yang diperlukan. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Ambrose Atama. Rainforest Lodge Malaysia is Director of Borneo Ecotourism Solutions and Technologies.
Good morning, everyone, on site as well as virtually. It's been the last time I do a presentation was 2 years ago, so I'm a bit rusty. What I'm going to do today is to share with you some case studies I have worked through my companies and NGO for the last 30 over years, 33 years. So without further ado, I will proceed. It's still very much a work in progress, so a lot of things need to be done. There are many challenges working with mountainous region, rural communities, simply because they are at a disadvantage. Unlike us, in urban area, they don't have good road, good infrastructure. The institutional capital is very weak, and also the human capital is very, very difficult situation, unlike us. So they are working huge disadvantage compared with us. So you expect a lot of challenges in this area. I'm still learning on how to use this format. Okay, introduction. I will be rambling a lot here and there, back and forth, so bear with me because my mind is covering a lot of places at the same time. I will cover 5 case studies on 5 different parts of Sabah that I've been working on. Not all of them are here because I treat them as probably not as relevant as these ones. Kudat, Kulu, Wongo, Kiao, and then lastly we have a pitch to look for the best entrepreneurs, so to say, to help them move on the ladder of social entrepreneurship, which is basically to empower community. You will probably learn along the way that I started with a charity project and then moved on to welfare, and eventually I narrowed down my focus to developing entrepreneurs, because if you don't develop, they become totally dependent on you. So this is my model because I have a time frame and a budget constraint as well. 60% of my unique selling proposition. And one Nobel Prize winner in 1969, he said that the first step out of poverty is to create jobs. So for me, job creation is the best and the single most important factor to eradicate poverty or alleviate poverty. Yeah. If you just work on welfare and charity, they are not sustainable simply because they are short term. They usually have a budget constraint and a time frame. And this is why a lot of community were left high and dry after 3 to 5 years if the funding don't come through. Then I decided that I cannot just work within my companies, I have to take it out into an NGO, which is why I set up my NGO more than 10 years later called BEST. Why I create the name Borneo Ecotourism Solution and Technology? I found that most of the time, our problem could be solved in 2 ways: provide solution and provide technologies. And this is the focus why many of my projects revolve around this issue of solution technology and how technology includes the software, the human capital, the knowledge capital. So it's not just the computer, the IT, and all that thing, right? Over the years, I begin to evolve my company and my goals gradually align with the UNWTO goal, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. You can see the circle around those areas. This is where I am very strong at. Yeah, so I try often to align them based on my own core strength and the needs of the community. Thank you. This is how my business model is like. Every company, NGO has a different business model. So you can see that I have 3 circles at the top: people, planet, and profit. So I use my company profits and plow part of the funding to my people area and the conservation area. So this has been my modus operandi for the last more than 20 years. Yeah, we have also crafted a different vision for our NGO, which is moving away from welfare to empowering community. It is one of the hardest thing in the world you can do. So I will be dishonest if I don't tell you this is a very tough challenge to take on. Yeah. So our mission is to empower, engage, empower, elevate the rural community in Sabah. Basically to focus on Sabah, implement initiative to improve livelihood, quality of life, and to conserve nature, because my business model is conservation, environment, ecotourism. Yeah. So this is a lot to take. Yeah. So our approach is basically in 4 areas. You probably can see on the screen. I cannot dwell on detail, so I have to keep moving. Right. Okay, that's better. Is there a forward button? Yeah, you see, this is what happened. My hands are getting okay. I started way back 1995 when I didn't know very much. And I was working on charity and welfare, right? So this is part of culture tourism. I try to help in Baranggaso, Chinango, and Kuta. So during the solar eclipse, if you remember 1995, we came here and I was so inspired that I should develop this because I was promoting culture tourism in Sarawak. So I thought Sabah has a good potential here. So we work on that, so we provide basically technical assistance, some funding to tailor-make the product to suit my tourists. So that was the strength that we had. We could actually make it to cater to the needs of our tourists, like having proper toilets, making sure everything works in the toilet, having the mosquito net, and all these other things that are important, a cultural component and all that. So these people over the last, I don't know how many years, were able to be supervised by us, and every now and then we go to the village to check on the toilets. That's the most important thing. maintenance culture is one of the weakest area in our rural community. Very basic, but this is what the tourists look for. Yeah. So we move on to is our empowerment program. But we didn't stop there. Actually, we move on to the other projects. This Bongo, I think most of you know this virgin coconut oil. The branding was created by us, our NGO called Bongo. Yeah, virgin coconut oil in Kimihan. Yeah. So with the help of some funding from the SGP and GEF, we were able to get this off the ground. Probably it's interesting if you look at the top left corner, there's a photo of a plastic bottle and a glass bottle. I was so shocked that when I saw this, the plastic bottle with the virgin coconut oil was selling at 20 ringgit. So I say I could change that to a higher price by changing the packaging and branding. So that was my business knowledge and know-how. So I branded it. I read 13 books on virgin coconut oil to do this exercise. Import all the books from the US. So we sold the bottle eventually at 45 ringgit per bottle. And if you look at the cost, the profit and cost, you make 300% profit just by doing the exercise. So it is quite interesting that we were able to help them. They produce the same virgin coconut oil, it's just that the packaging is different. So that was our contribution, and I think they today are very successful. Pulu is an area nearer to Kota Kinabalu, is an hour and a half from Kota Kinabalu, nearer to the market, the tourists from the hotel in Kota Kinabalu. So we create an NGO called MUKES, Mooking Ecotourism Solution Technology. That's the name of it. They adopt our ethos as well. That's what we do. But after many years, we decided to change our approach. We feel that some of the strength, so we did a SWOT analysis. The mountainous area, they are very rustic, very nice, clouds, the mist in the mountains and all that thing. So we had to do something different. We called it an integrated approach because they are lacking in some of the basic capital, what I call infrastructure capital, institutional capital, they lack a human capital, and these are critical components to make communities successful. So, but these are all provided by the government, not by us. But we still have to come in and push them along. So my company ended up investing about 1 million ringgit to provide this capital, the road, the pavement, some buildings to enable them to do some tourism and to create job opportunity, which is the main purpose, so that the tourists can be handled with a high standard of service. So this is not something that you want to do very often because it's such a lot of work involved and it takes a lot of time and preferably somebody who stay there. But the fact is we don't stay there, so it's even harder. So we create some local people, these are the locals, who will help us to deal with the community and the issue and communicate with the internet connection that we set up. Yeah, all these things have to be provided to provide some activities for the guests. So it has to be closely aligned with the business model, which is the tourists that we send there so that they can handle it. Okay, so we create a business model around it. Every tourist we send there, my company contribute a part to their NGO. Yeah, so that the NGO can, through their own motivation, committee meeting, decide how to spend the money. Yeah, so that they can use the funds to create community projects and provide meals for the Cotton Royal project that they carry out. So this requires a lot of leadership on their part, not just from us. So leadership is lacking in the community because the able ones all come to pay to work. And you can imagine if you don't have a human capital in the community, it's going to be one of your biggest challenge. So we often hold our MUKES NGO meeting there. This is the building infrastructure we put up using local resources, which is bamboo. And we sent a group of them to Bali for training how to develop bamboo into an economic commercial product, to encourage them to go rustic and not to think that you have to build a concrete house, which is very expensive, in order to attract tourists. So we have to change a lot of mindset doing that, and we have to get the architect to design all these buildings so they catch the inspiration. And we use university, UMS, Inti College, University College Sabah Foundation to bring the students there to do projects so that they can learn the skill of culinary, hospitality, and all these things that they need for their homestay program. Yeah. So these are all the students engaging in different activities, including homestay development, culinary, and language course as well. So this is a long-term program. One of the most interesting thing I did was the bamboo, the use of bamboo in Kulu and among other places, because they have the natural resources. And bamboo is more sustainable than timber, as you know. So these are from the result of a competition we organized just before COVID. And the winners, we incorporate them into our homestay program. And in fact, to this day, even this year, when we started the business again, some of the tourists that we have, they stay in the homestay here. So it is a lot of satisfaction when they have their own job. They don't rely on us completely. They just depend on our tourists. But now, good that they have direct booking using social media. So that is even better. I move to the next project, Bongo. This is only just before COVID started. We were invited to come into this village because they have community land that has rafflesia and they want to conserve the forest there. I know that there is a huge danger to cut the forest down and plant pineapple and kill paddy. And this, to me, is also not sustainable. So I try to encourage, with the help of my architect friend who is on the bottom left of the photo, Tracy, who come in. I brought her to Bali to see how we can develop things, the facility there, and how to raise funds for them. We have failed in a few attempts to raise funds federally and in the state, but nevertheless, some of the projects are moving, although at a slower pace. Am I moving too fast? Okay, okay. Oh, this is the rafflesia that I took a few months ago, rafflesia that was blooming, the KTI species. And the one that I always want to promote is that this is the nearest rafflesia site to Kota Kinabalu. So your market is from Kota Kinabalu, and they have an advantage, except that the location of the entrance is around the bend, and that could pose a risk to the people. But sometimes the community, if they want something, and if you can deliver to them, they have a greater motivation to make it work. If you throw your idea at them and give your idea for them to do a project, usually it may not work because it is not their own aspiration. Yeah. So this is very interesting. And the forest there is very beautiful, except that it's hilly. It's hilly. You have to walk to find your rafflesia. Yeah. Objectives. Our Podium Eco Tours focus is on conservation, environment, to help raise income, to develop entrepreneurs for the community, and also sustainable farming. Yeah. So we try to align a lot of our values together. Yeah. Now, you can see one of the photo on the bottom left, bottom right. This is the result of starting something 4 or 5 years ago now. It takes 5 years to build a proper toilet. And that is because the funding they got from the Sabah Tourism Board during COVID. And why it looks so nice is because I have an architect design toilet. And to me, this is the best toilet in the rural community that I know of between now here and Ranam. It's so well done because it's designed properly. Yeah, I hope they will maintain it. Yeah. This will be the catalyst for them to move on and on and on to further develop. So will they do it? It's up to them, not up to us. Will they be able to maintain it? It's up to them, not to us. So we can do only our part. This is part of the program that we did also before COVID. We create a pitch to invite all the entrepreneurs to come and pitch for 5,000 cash prize. So we identified from there a competition we held in Rasaria, 5 winners from all different parts of Sabah. And Mount Kinabalu, we also help to create a brand name for them and also sometimes the logo as well. So it is a whole process of marketing, development of product and all that thing, and writing the project paper, which is often the one that they find hardest to write a project paper. So to synthesize what is the SWOT analysis, what is the strength, the weakness, opportunity, and all these threats that they face. Without going through, they cannot understand the problems that they have. Okay, let's move on to Kiao. I want to share with you because this is my most successful failures after all these years. Okay, this is on the river up the original Lowe's Trail when they climb Mount Kinabalu. We built this camp because we were invited to go in and develop this product. Yeah, so we built this with the help of architects. We come in again using bamboo as a test case. The bamboo was the species called pouring. So we spent, I can tell you, we spent 300,000, way beyond the budget. On top of the about 100,000 that was originally the grant from Sabah Society. So on top of that, we spent another 300,000. This was supposed to be my best model for community-based tourism. But so I test run with a lot of friends who go in trekking, nature, adventure, all that thing. We camping, very beautiful place. Yeah, things don't work out sometimes in the projects we do, and you expect that because it is very hard to do. We are also learning. So the earthquake 2005 destroyed this project overnight. The water level rose 30 feet. Who would imagine a water level riverbank would rise 30 feet in one night? That was after the big storm that washed down all the rock debris after the earthquake. So that the riverbank rose 30 feet. So the bamboo, knowing that it's very fragile, is totally destroyed. It cannot be rebuilt. We try to consider rebuilding it, but the river is so dirty, the water level is so high, it is so destroyed, devastated. But that's what life is all about. So we talk about a 5-year recovery plan after that. That is from that is 2016 until 2020, yeah. And so we do phase 2 part funded by CIMB Foundation. So during that program, we do a lot of training, capacity building, education part, yeah. And we build some of this small shelter on a different trail, which is part of the community land just at the foot of Mount Kinabalu. So this is a harder trek, a longer trek, but it should not be affected by the earthquake, yeah, because that is big area to cover. So we build all this facility, we develop some packages, and we put it on our website, Only Ecotours website. It's still there today. The demand is not as good as we expected, yeah, unfortunately, but this is for hardcore trekking, hiking, adventure tours. So it's a different market segment altogether. Yeah. Okay, I move on to coffee. We were also asked to come in to help the community here on coffee. He is the winner of one of our pitch competition. He got a 5,000 and he aspired, that's his father there, who helped maintain the coffee farm and move on gradually and grow, develop the farm. All the previous farm were abandoned because they all shifted to other crops. So this family had a persistence and a grit, which is often lacking in the community. They have the grit and perseverance to stay on the course. And this is one of those ingredients you look for an entrepreneur to stay the course. And these are the people who need help. What they lack is the funding and the expertise and the human capital, the business capital. The other one is the knowledge capital, which the private sector needs to come in and engage in. Yeah? We may not have the fund, but we do have other capital and the skill sets that we have. So that was in the judging competition. And today you can see that he has got the financial support from the federal ministry in helping him to do the packaging, which is very nice, modern looking. I got 5 minutes left. So this is the packaging, yeah. Although it has somehow moved away from the original design concept, but nevertheless, this is very good design. They have expanded the area with the use of bamboo, you can see. And I happened to attend a coffee ecotourism project in Taiwan during the time. So I sort of got some ideas to ask them to develop the homestay together with the coffee, the demonstration part, the participation part, which is very important. So the tourists make their own coffee beans, they roast their own coffee beans. So I haven't been back for quite a while. Okay, this is part of the judging of the competition there. Okay, I move on. So we have many local partners, potential partners. What they need is a helping hand to move them to the next level. In the year 2013, we were recognized by UNWTO for our commitment to developing social entrepreneurship away from charity. Do you know that after so many years, I've learned a few lessons. Do you know that if you help the community once, they appreciate you? Help them second time, they will anticipate the third time, right? If you help them again, they will expect it. If you help them the fourth time, they will think that they are entitled to it. And if you help the fifth time, they become dependent on you because you are their savior. And most of us go down that path because you feel very good. You help somebody, but by doing so, you take away their empowerment. You disempower them. You just look at the case of Africa. All the Africa today, after 70 years of foreign aid from US, they give them corn and all the wheat and flour. They destroy the agriculture industry. They're totally dependent on aid. Without aid, they die. Okay? This is the trouble with the Western model of financial aid. So much so that many Western NGOs learn that lesson and write many books now. One of them, the books that inspired me, is called Toxic Charity. So they do charity and the charity becomes toxic because of this problem. The same is with Sabah. Every 5 years you have election. They depend on election money. The blue water tank is a classic example. Yeah. Anyway, this is the challenge we all face dealing with rural community. Do you want to empower them or you want to disempower them? This is a huge challenge for all of us to think about. So you either feel good about it or you want to make them feel really self-reliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Albert. Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment and then provide some support to what you're doing, Albert. This is really, truly, ladies and gentlemen, one very good and glaring example on how the future of the mountain relations and the mountain peoples are going to be coming back, scaling up beyond the time of COVID. 2030 agenda of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is still a very long way ahead, but it really needs partners who knows what they're talking about, what they're providing to the community, and it should not be, as he said, business as usual. Please make your comments. Please send questions to our wonderful and very, very motivating Albert Teo, because we are going to be bringing him back much later for the Q&A session. Thank you very much, Albert. Thank you. We will see you again in a very short while after this very quick and wonderful video. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our second speaker will share cultural tourism and development of rural communities. Asset-based community development, or ABCD. This approach is to develop 3 rural cultural tourism destinations and manage to empower local communities and demonstrate a more sustainable rural livelihood outcome. Through this approach, communities can continuously be empowered, which in the long run will improve their livelihood and reduce dependency on state and NGOs assistance. Our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Gayen James Lunkapis. Attached to the University of Malaysia Sabah, he is the Research Institute for Community and Environment, Cultural Tourism and Development of Rural Communities expert. We are very happy to have you today, Dr. Gayen. You have 30 minutes for your presentation and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Atama. Thank you for the nice introduction. Good day, everyone, in the studio as well as those following us online through Facebook, Sabah TV, and YouTube channel. So basically what I'm going to do this morning is to share you our experience in developing community in the rural area, to be more precise, in the mountain area. So instead of showing you the format, I will go direct to the introduction. As we all know, rural areas are rich, both intangible and intangible values. So in order to promote or develop rural communities, there are several approaches been around. Bottom-up, participatory rural appraisal, rapid rural appraisal, community-driven development, growth center approach, and so on. And also various options to develop rural areas. We have heard of mini estate, agropolitan, mixed development, and so on. And within that approach, there are various rural products. As I have said just now, tangible and intangible values. And one of the current trend to develop rural area is through community-based tourism. Now, on the right side, there are 9 steps of rural development stages in community-based tourism. I will not go in details with that, but that is the current current trend that most community-based tourism follow through. Now, the following slides, I will be talking about how we have developed our own backyard. I will be talking more about the photo on the right side later on, but let me talk about the objective of my presentation. Number one, to introduce to you asset-based community development, or ABCD approach, as an alternative development to rural area. Secondly, to demonstrate on how ABCD implemented on the ground, especially in our communities. And thirdly, to learn the strengths and weaknesses of this approach. Okay, method, to make it more academic, I'll mention a few methods that we have done. Mostly on qualitative approach through case studies. We have Marakara, which is adapted by the Kampung Sinalapak. We have Mantara now, as a brand for the Kampung Bongol, and we have Kokopuan as a brand community-based tourism for the Kampung Bongol Sabah. The technique of this gathering or research is through participant observation, partly because I myself from that community. Also, we have conducted workshop, community events, and focus group. Okay, let me talk a little bit about this photo. Kampung Rumus Nahaba, probably the second largest land area owned by community. I would say owned from the perspective of communities. It's about 3,000 acres. About 1,000 is a community use, which developed for village use as well as for agricultural purposes. But we have left with 2,000 acres in the back there. And we could have easily turned that into several development models. For example, a mini estate, agricultural development. So imagine what would happen to that particular area if we turn into that development model. So in short, we have decided to go into less destructive development, which is community-based tourism. So the approach that we have taken for the community-based tourism is the asset-based community development model. Basically, community-driven development consider local asset as primary building blocks of community development. This model draws upon existing community strength to build stronger and sustainable communities, and also build on skills of local communities, powers of local networks, and function of institution. I'm a member of the ABCD in Action. I think they are based in Australia, and every now and then actually I posted updates in that blog, so you can follow us there if you're interested more. Just a little bit history of the, I will not dwell in this. You can actually Google search the ABCD. So I'll skip on this one. You can find more about ABCD or asset-based community development on the internet, but I'll go on the next slide. Now, for our community, we started talking about it way back in 2016 through association called Persatuan Penduduk Asal Sinumagang. Sinumagang is a hill-shaped and what they call sagang, way traditionally used to cook or use in the kitchen of it in a traditional way. Yeah, and we targeted this four closely linked community, which within them is a big or large chunk of lands, about 6,000 acres, untouched since time immemorial. So we started by gauging the potential and then willingness of the community to participate in giving information through workshops on community-based tourism, of course assisted by Sabah Tourism Board and several communities who has done community-based tourism as a mentor. So the concept was by community, for communities, and product that they have decided during this field workshop was to do eco trail or adventure tourism. So following that, they formed a village committee, and then on Merdeka Day in 1998, we did the soft opening. Surprisingly, with about 220 participants, mostly on adventure tourism. So hiking about 10 kilometers with waterfalls in natural form settings in the jungle that was shown to you earlier. It's located around 2 hours drive from Kota Kinabalu. This particular organization, we managed to attract 91 members. But we have a challenge. We don't have any single cents to start with. So the community members actually agreed to part 300 ringgit each just to start the ball rolling. As you can see, this is volunteer willingness from the communities after giving much information needed, and of course with mentoring from the Sabah Tourism Board and other communities which has done the community-based tourism. We identified the product, as I have said just now, soft opening in 1998. Like I have said just now, rural community are rich of tangible and intangible. Just an example of tangible, of course, natural and physical, plants and animal in natural forms. Of course, culture, monuments, landmarks. For example, in this particular village, you can actually see these jar burials, and roughly there are hundreds jar burials in that particular village. We have not even explored that as a product for tourism. But within that jungle that we have seen just now, there was this flat, out of nowhere, there was this flat rock surface about the size of two tennis courts. So this is, of course, become a natural attractions. You have not local taglines for this particular area is that you have not done community-based tourism if you have not visited Komputer. So I think this is a very strong messages from the community. And on the bottom right-hand side, this is the natural setting within the jungle itself. So it's very exciting to visit and to do trekking. So using ABCD principle, the following were established. Number one, must be a community-driven development. So the four communities that I have mentioned just now is entirely community-based, development models. Of course, with some encouragement from local community members who have been exposed, and also from the Sabah Tourism Board itself. So as you can see in the photo, they do gotong royong, they work together and eat together. There was a saying that those who eat together grow up together. So this is pretty much happening in this particular community. If you can see the signboard in the upper photo, this was a social innovation on water supply in the rural area. So not only water supply, but clean water supply for rural area. So yeah, and then on the list, what we did is perform inventory on local assets. We identify tangible and intangible values. For the intangible values, we managed to collect about 61 local stories and legends in that particular village. Of course, we did product development, prioritizing and which of the lists are more marketable. We also identify existing community strengths. They have a skill to do handicrafts. Of course, there are existing network through churches, for example, women organization, JKK, for example, it's already there. So we just need to tap the existing network. And of course, we did sharpening skills, especially on the marketing strategy, mostly through Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, WhatsApp group, and so on. So work together, eat together, gotong royong, the way of life in the rural communities. So what we have learned from this community-based tourism, as you can see on the right side, this is our banner or identities: Kakapuan, Trick Hills, and ecotourism. 11 kilometers more to an adventure tourism. And we managed to establish ourselves and train the guide. We call it Malim Kakapuan. We are fortunate that two of the Malim Kakapuan are actually the actual Malim Kinabalu. So since we are in close proximity to the Mount Kinabalu, two of them are from our community, and they are the one that train their colleagues. So as you can see from the photo, if you come in hikes in our area, you will definitely meet them. So for every 5 person, there must be 2 guides and 1 sweeper. So I will not go dwell on that, but it's very exciting. I'm excited to talk about that actually. But what are lessons learned from this? We actually learned that we need a strong staffing to do basic things. For example, accounting, organization, record keeping, and so on. And also, we need money to do things. So, like I have said just now, the members, the 91 strong members, willingly part 300 each for staff. Mainly to do maintenance. We did that. The speaker just now mentioned about toilet. We, in the registration area, we built a very nice toilet. And on the trail, we bought this rope, 18 and 20 mm rope for safety rope. So with the 27,000, is barely enough actually to start. And also, what lesson learned? Understanding the laws. There are laws and regulations that governing this community-based tourism. So we seek help from the Sabah Tourism as well as the Mahkamah Anak Negeri in the respective district, the adat system, and so on. Some weaknesses observed, we acknowledge that we need strong and active network especially on the external partners. We cannot dwell on ourselves, but we need to get in touch with the outside world. And we are thankful to the Sabah Tourism Board for providing us this vehicle to do network. Of course, lack of institutional capacity to plan, design, formulate, and execute that plan and to monitor. Again, we are thankful to Sabah Tourism Board for providing us this skill. Of course, there are several challenges, especially on this tourism during the pandemic and after pandemic, the post-pandemic operation and so on. So actually, we really need outside exposure for better network and coordination and coherent outside of our organizations. So what are the way forward for us? Number one, intervention. So from my personal observation, we need a systematic review to realign and focus on sustainability. We know that forests behind us will not sustain unless we have enough strength and capacity to preserve the environment. As you can see from this second photo, it's a very nice environment. Actually, my small hut actually located somewhere on the bottom right. I consider this as my own summer house, but behind that actually is a very pristine environment. And mind you, there's a lot of proposal to develop that area, to take some of the grown big trees there, and we even induced to take some of that to serve farm development in that area, to develop that into, like I said just now, as a mini estate. So we are glad that the community actually resisted all that offers and turned that into more of a conserving the area. What are way forward? Mutual trust, fundamental, so that players can come to a negotiating table. So they are all actually opposing ideas from communities. But we have decided that we go for conservation, because through that conservation, local community can flourish. Way forward, third one, tap into common identities and shared value systems. Number four, require addressing root cause of conflict. So whenever we have conflict, of course, in a family, we always have conflicts. But again, in a family, we can always resolve conflicts or problems in the family. So it's a process of success and failure over time. So we have adapted and recognized all the weaknesses and strength in that community. So we hope that we can flourish further. Just a little bit note on the photo on the right side. This is the ending points. So after you have done 4 or 5 hours trekking, then you will be greeted with this. So before I end, I would like to say thank you to the organizer for inviting me, also Psychology for providing the research fund, and also for UMS for providing the logistic and management. Just a little bit note on the photo. This is some of the scene actually inside the jungle. The trek itself actually you can finish in 3-4 hours, but they don't mind spending like the 9 hours in the jungle, mostly taking photos, taking a dip in the pool, and go inside this water pools and several attractions along the ways. So once again, thank you to the organizer. And if you have a chance, find us on Facebook, Twitter, just Google search Kokobuan. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guy, or shall I say, Associate Professor. It's a wonderful way today, speaking to you, watching from wherever you are across the world. We are coming to you live on Facebook Live, on YouTube, and we have 177 either likes, love, or smiles. And we are followed here by 63 people so far. Thank you very much once again. We have learned a little bit about A, B, C, D. There are so much lessons learned and so much needs to be done for community empowerment in the context of cultural tourism, especially for the mountain peoples and their relations. We will come back with our third speaker this morning. Stay tuned. Don't go away. This is the second international webinar of People and the Mountain Relation with this year's theme, Cultural Tourism and Rural Community Empowerment. We are broadcasting live from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah at Hilton Hotel and joined by a live studio audience this morning. Good morning, live studio audience. How are you? Okay, keep tuning in through your headphones, and please also do send your comments, your viewpoints, and your ideas, questions to our Facebook page. I am Atama Katama, and I'm your host and moderator this morning. You've been watching some videos about the success story of tourism here in Sabah, Malaysia. I just love watching the marine life. But it just came to my mind that developing tourism from the sea perspective was done many, many years ago. And today we are talking about what we can do with our mountains. Talking about our mountain, our third speaker for this morning session will talk to you about his research of a subject matter that perhaps is very, very seldom or rarely done. We are very happy to have our next speaker, Dr. Paul Porodong. He is a cultural consultant, and he's going to be presenting his findings about gender and tourism, about the guides and the porters of Mount Kinabalu. This is indeed a very interesting and intriguing topic for all of us this morning. You have 30 minutes, Doctor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Atama, for the kind introduction. As you said, this is a really research or really talk about subject, but many people will see the guides and the porters at Mount Kinabalu, and I will show you some photos of their iconic contribution to Sabah tourism. So, at the onset of every development, there are externally induced changes that has serious impact to traditional society. And this impact eventually brought changes to other aspects of society. In many areas, technological knowledge, values, ideas, and gender relation. This is among few of the impact to society. It could be a negative, it could be positive, but we hope that with a proper approach, as the previous speaker talked about, we will bring a positive impact to the society. Now, who would not fall in love with Mount Kinabalu? I took this photo, and this is what you get if you are on the right time, right place, and on the right flight. This is on my way to Taiwan. Now, I'm talking about the Mount Kinabalu today, but not the mountain itself, but the people who will help you to conquer the mountain. That is Porter and the mountain guide. Now, this paper is, or this presentation is about looking at how tourism as an agent of change. And I will concentrate, or I focus on gender relation between two groups of labor, namely the mountain guides and porters. And almost 100% of guides and porters are Dusun group, particularly Dusun Tindal, that coming from surrounding areas of Mount Kinabalu. I'm sure there are the other kind of Dusun, but the Dusun Tindal are the majority. So it's a convenient to look at the Dusun Tindal and for this particular presentation. Now, for those who are not familiar with gender, gender is the way society assign tasks or responsibilities to male and female. So some society, they have a specific task or assignment for female as well as male. So this is a culturally defined division of labor between male and female. So it's not just sexual orientation, but it's how culture define the task or the responsibility of male and female. And among the dusun, this is not clearly demarcated, meaning there are a lot of overlapping between male and female. But generally, we can say that the heavy tasks, like building houses, hard physical labor, normally belong to men, and while women concentrated on so-called lighter domestic or agricultural work. This is based on Sus and Suryani and in 1999. Now, physical demand in Mount Kinabalu provide a unique opportunity to observe the impact of its physical environment on gender or gender relation. Now we have a unique situation experienced only by the mountain guides and mountain porters. This is only happened in Mount Kinabalu because in other Dusunic society you don't have mountain as high as Mount Kinabalu. So this is a unique opportunity to look at this division of labor between male and female among the mountain guides and mountain porters. So questions such as how heavy or light task is defined. Okay, what is the meaning of heavy when it comes to mountain guiding and mountain portering? Or what is considered an important task between these two groups? Or why mountain guiding and portering become increasingly male dominant? So I will share more about this in the following slide. Now, this study, I conducted this study actually much earlier. The study actually done in 2003, and some of the points that I raised in this presentation are published in this publication. Now, our preliminary observation, so the division of labor between mountain guide and porters is largely based on gender. It determined, of course, by the park authority, which prefer on taking male as a mountain guides. Now, for the mountain porters, at least during my study in 2004, it was a female dominated. Yeah, that was in 2004. But latest data show that it increasingly become male dominated, and we will see why. Now, the use of mountain guides and to climb Mount Kinabalu is compulsory. You must have. Well, climbers have option of hiring mountain porters, so you can, if you want to carry your own luggage, you can do on your own. But porters also do other services, like I will show you later. Now, I think everybody saw this iconic picture of one of the mountain guides involved in search and rescue during the earthquake back in 2016, I think. Yeah. And here are some of the quotes that I took from amazingborneo.com. They interview a few mountain guides, and for them, the mountain is their playground. Meaning you are don't be surprised if they feel not tired at all. You don't feel tired in your playground. And some of the responsibilities are including taking down injured climbers, have to carry down. And they also receive first aid training. And according to Amazing Borneo, they are more than just maling gunung. They are nature educators, passion sharers, safety handlers, and guardians of the mountain. So that's basically what the mountain guide is doing. And the mountain guide, they help the climbers with information, instruction, and so on. And every mountain guide is registered with Sabah Parks and its license. So you cannot just go up the mountain again just because of your few-time experience to become mountain guide. It's not possible. You have to register. And we see that in the past, if you climb in the 80s or even in the 90s, the ratio is one guide for every 12 climbers. But now the latest ratio is one guide for the first 5, and the second 5 is 2, and so on. So 1 to 5, that is the latest ratio for safety concern. Now, for the mountain porter, it provides service to carry belongings and paid on the basis of the load carried. So the payment is paid informally, normally at the end of trekking, meaning the porters have to be with the climbers. The climb is taking 2 days, so they have to be with the climbers. And on the way down, right at the Pohon gate, they will get their payment. It's normal for experienced porter to carry between 35 to 50 kilogram of load, as you see in this photo. Yeah, I like to call them a super ranger. And due to limited demand for their service, as I mentioned before, you have option to engage porter. So the limited demand, normally they only carry about 10 to 20 kilograms, so this is far below their capacity. But they also porter for to carry the canteen supply at the Labadata restaurant. And porter also receive a small payment for every bag of rubbish that they bring down from Labadata to be disposed elsewhere. Now, this is the mountain number of mountain guide and porter in Kinabalu Park. I got this information this year. This is the latest mountain guide. You have active mountain guide currently is 273, and you can notice they are 95% male. And mountain porter 89 and 95% male. Now this percentage is very high. Previously, the mountain porter is more female, less male, but this is the latest trend. This is a newly registered mountain guide. Just recently, you have 43 male and 41 female. So there is a very big disparity between male and female. And this is the payment rate for guiding and portering. I want to highlight this because for the next slide, I will show you why porter have more income and yet more people prefer to become guide. So this is the payment rate. You can see for the porter, it looks a lot less, but actually for porter they have more option. I just give you an example. If they're carrying luggage for the operator or private operator in the mountain, they only pay RM5 per kilo. But the advantage is they can make a day trip, meaning they go up and down on the same day. So they have option to do other things after that, or they have other option to do the second trip on the same day. So they actually end up more, having more. If you are portering for tourists, now you may get more than the ringgit per kilo, but then you have to stay with the tourists for 2 days. So you have no option to come down and go again. So that is why there's a different in terms of payment. As for the guide, this is yeah. Okay, I will talk more about how the guide makes money. So where income is concerned, all respondents agree that actually porter earn more than the mountain guides. But given the option, most men, especially, prefer to work as guide. And mountain guides may earn less, but they enjoy higher social status and better job security and more consistent income. So if you notice, mountain guides, they have more media exposure, not so much on the mountain porter, when they are equally important when it comes to a mountain business. This is the income as estimated, cited from a report from Daily Express. Actually, I shall show you the mountain porter actually earn more. Yeah, and yet more people prefer to become mountain guide. That is their average income per clan. Now, this is just estimate. As I showed you, there are many ways porter can make money, and so this is the estimate given by Sabah Parks. Now, the Kinabalu Jabatan, many of you heard about this race, one of the toughest mountain climb in the world. But this Jabatan also show that the physical strength are not necessarily an indicator to assign responsibilities. Male and female. Yeah. There are a lot of porters and mountain guides taking part into this Jabatan. And they can outdo each other. Now, however, the traditional values of giving heavy tasks or big responsibilities to male has been adopted on the mountain with new meaning. As I show you, there are more and more male doing portering and guiding. The notion that men are more qualified to do heavy tasks is amplified by in physical and responsible demand as expected in high altitude. Of course, with minor modification. Now, the safety, as always a major concern for the park authority, is the new meaning for heavy tasks. In the past, heavy task is just a physical heavy, but now, because of the many incidents, safety is the new meaning of heavy task, and it was believed that male can perform this service better than female. So the practice of assigning women porters in my 2004 study to cleaning or other light tasks demonstrate the influence of traditional gender relation. However, safety become the new meaning in this gender relation. The traditional role of male and physical demand required to perform a responsibility in high altitude. So the traditional notion of superior male's physical has been perpetuated. Thus, when men given the important work of mountain guides, and the latest data also show that this trend also happening in portering service. Now, while this trend indirectly reducing women's role in mountain guiding and portering, gender balance should not be necessarily seen from numerical perspective. We tend to look at the individual level. The Dusunic ideas of gender balance must be understood from Dusunic perspective, where decisions are made at the household level and in a unique situation of Mount Kinabalu. A consensus of two principal decision makers, namely husband and wife, dictate what tasks for male and female. That it is more, if more male involved in mountain guiding and mountain portering, this is the real reflection of what males would do, the heavy tasks, at least from the traditional point of view. In this way, women can focus on other important jobs, but less heavy, such as looking after the household economy, child education, and family farm. I just want to end my presentation with this a very important quote from a famous anthropology in Sabah. Male and female roles as interlinked form a whole. It's difficult for an adult man or woman to operate a household without a spouse. And conflict between sexes are minimal. Husband and wife are expected to mitimbang, balance each other. the symmetry and the balance of roles also are symbolized in the fact that only one term is used to refer both husband and wife, Sabah. Now, this is actually a challenging the notion that male and female must have an equal number in every situation, that is gender balance. But gender balance in Dusunic perspective are not necessarily in terms of numerical, in terms of numbers, but rather in terms of balance of roles. If it's for husband, maybe doing some heavy tasks, women are not expected to do heavy tasks as well. So the balance is not about the amount of the task, but rather the balance of roles between male and female. With that, thank you.
Wow, really an intriguing presentation. Just blew my mind away with the finding that you had, yeah, Dr. Paul. Just for the record and for our viewers, Dr. Paul spent just 20 minutes in the presentation, and there's actually a 10 minutes benefit for this particular moment. So why don't I just take 2 minutes of your time right now, since there are so many the time allocated. This is really serious information, and it's actually work. It's labor for the mountain and for the tourism sector. So I was thinking, and I have a question for you right now, Dr. Paul. Is a mountain service work more of indigenous labor, or is it cultural work in the context of tourism? Could you help me understand?
Well, mountain guiding is definitely not part of indigenous culture. Yeah, mountain guiding is there because there is tourism. There's a tourist who are interested to go up the mountain, and then the industry is born because of this necessity. But even though mountain guiding itself is not in the Dusunic tradition, they are governed by a lot of cultural practices. And only recently, in fact, a few days ago, there was this event called Kakapando Gayamarang, where the local communities come up with annual pilgrimage to the mountain, and they had some ritual for the benefit of the climbers, and of course the guides and portrait for the benefit of everyone, for the safety of everyone. So, as I said, mountain guides and portrait is not in the culture, but the industry or the service is also governed by a lot of tradition and culture.
You know, perhaps in the future, all of our colleagues and our esteemed cultural experts, since we're talking about cultural tourism and community empowerment for the whole Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines region, could there be ways forward to make policies available to safeguard the gender perspective of work and labor in our mountain tourism? What do you think is a positive way forward to address policy, especially when it comes to women and men in the workforce, especially in our region, Bimpiana? Do you think it's a very far-fetched idea? Could it be done?
Oh, definitely. But the key to move forward in regards to culture and tourism is understanding. There has to be a lot of study, research done, because the last thing we want in tourism is we misinform our tourists in regard to culture. And this is dangerous. And especially when tourism is involved, tourists are not really keen to study. They want to observe interesting things or they want to learn interesting things, but they need to be guide. They need to be aware, made aware that in culture, in anthropology, we used to call this cultural relativism. We will fall easily to a trap to judge others when the culture is not to that we expect. So this is we often see from the negative point of view. So academician, researcher need to do a lot of research, making sure that we inform the visitors, we inform the communities. A lot of communities nowadays, they are not even aware of their own culture. Many young people don't even speak the mother tongue. Yeah. So this is this responsibility fall into the researcher, and I believe government bodies, agencies can lend a helping hand to help the community to realize how they can turn the culture into a tourism product without having a potential negative impact to the own culture.
And definitely, this is a very important note for policymakers to really take advantage of our experts, cultural, scientific, business, business leaders such as Albert Teo, who has a fantastic idea and success stories on how he's building his community as an NGO, but he's also a very, very important tourism player in the state of Sabah. I notice now we have a lot of questions coming in and a lot of comments. Let me read one from Meridian Alam. She says, women role in nature conservation is understudied, and I'm so excited that Professor Paul Pordong highlighted this matter. As I said, Meridian, this is a very rare opportunity to find something. And you were also saying you are writing a paper on women empowerment in ecotourism and would like to hear his insights on this. Well, Meridian, you have the floor this afternoon. Perhaps you can give us a little way forward, a little tinkle on what this research is all about. Well, let us come back to more research and especially information. But before we let you go, Dr. Paul, we want to bring you back later for our Q&A session, where we will have all our morning presenters together with me and together with you answering your questions. So please send your questions, your ideas, your thoughts, because what we want to do this morning, from the challenges, the good practices and information and research, especially from Malaysian Borneo, we want to try to capture an idea on how we are going to push for a policy framework in the Bimpiaga region. People say it's very hard to climb a mountain, but what Dr. Agaim signed was take it step by step. We hope that by the end of our international webinar, all of us will already find an idea or a pathway to make mountain relations, especially cultural tourism with community empowerment, a policy-related work that needs to be addressed and adopted by Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Let's give once again Dr. Paul Pordong a big round of applause. Thank you for joining us this morning. Yes. Woo. Well, things are getting very tight right now. Let's go and see what kind of feedback that we have this morning. Ya, orang bilang kan, bila kita mula mungkin itu engine sejuk sedikit, tapi setelah mendengar pandangan dan pandangan yang bernas-bernas, banyak sudah komen-komen yang kita lihat di sini. Mari kita baca sedikit daripada champion kita di Sabah ini, daripada Walai Tobilo. Mungkin apa yang dicap panjang ini? Walai Tobilo Cultural Stay sudah buat interaksi bersama kita pada pagi ini. Tapi nanti, oleh karena ini adalah soalan untuk saudara Mr. Albert Teo, kita tunggu, kita bawa dia nanti balik di atas pentas dan kita layangkan soalan ini kepada dia untuk dia buat perbicaraan dengan kamu. Okay, let's have one more. Meridian Alam says, to a certain extent, the porter's job is not only physically exhausted, but also mentally draining, because with the low income, they must finance the whole family members living in the liberalized market. I really agree. In our international advocacy, particularly on languages of the United Nations, there is such a international law known as the International Labour Ordinance, ILO 169, that provides international framework and laws to protect workers, especially in the cultural sectors and especially for indigenous peoples. I will be back to introduce our final presenter for our Malaysia morning session in our second international webinar. I'll be back shortly. Good morning and welcome back after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker for this morning session is from Sarawak, who will share about the sacred mountain of Gunung Lesong, its cultural significance, and community-based tourism development. Gunung Lesong Ecotourism Complex is a catalytic initiative established to support the Sri Aman Development Agency's aspiration of thriving inclusive society in sustainable living, environment driven by greater economic prosperity, by enhancing local communities surrounding Gunung Lesong, Sarawak's sacred mountain. Our final speaker this morning is Dr. Victor Luna Amin. We're happy to have you join us on video today, Dr. Victor. You have 30 minutes. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Today, I'm going to share with you on the topic of the sacred Gunung Lesong in Sarawak, its spiritual, significant, and community-based empowerment. Now, as a background, most of the mountains around the world host communities with ancient cultures and traditions, and they are also a place of religious worship, and sometimes people do pilgrimage and rituals on the mountain itself. Sometimes the mountain also is a resource of spring and rivers, and also have been revered as a home of deities. For example, in Kinabalu, it is always been the sacred resting place for the dead. Mountain also dotted the landscape of certain religion and legend. For example, in Japan, the villages worships mountain as sanctuaries for the gods who live there. And sometimes mountains are a place for spiritual solace, but it's also for inspirational recreations and for relaxation. In Borneo, Sarawak, we have a similar mountains, which is called Gunung Lesong. Another name for it is Bukit Lingga. It is situated in the 2nd division of Sarawak, and it is within the complex of Gunung Lesong, ecotourism complex by itself in 2nd divisions, as in the map. Now, this is the view of Gunung Lesong from various angles. It looked like an upside down mortar or lesong in local language. Now, under the Gunung Lesong ecotourism complex, we will see that there is mountains of Gunung Lesong, and within the mountain there is also a national parks in these areas. Now, these mountains is actually located within the established Gunung Lesong complex. It is established with the objective to position ecotourism through integrated development of natural attractions with local cultures, art, and tradition. Okay, if you see the map, they are surrounded by various 9 villages surrounding the mountain itself. Together with this is the main river of Batang Lupa, and the tributary is called Batang Strap River. And these are the rivers are very, very important for crocodile habitations. This is the areas where most crocodile can be found in Sarawak. So, like I said, almost half of the mountain are gazetted as a national park. It is about 2,799 meters tall only. So surrounding it is the community villages and also the wild palm companies surrounding these areas. Most of these areas are inhabited by the Iban community, who are mainly Christians in these areas. They are all farmers, majority of them farmers and fishermen. As a background for Gunung Lesong, they are located in 2 particular districts, and part of it, like I said, is half of it is a national park. It is very important historically and popularly known as Sacred Mountain, mainly for spirituality and also as a home for Iban deities, and also for its cultural importance as a sacred place for worship for the Iban communities. Now, these mountains are believed to divinely holding some specific location for the past Iban warrior, such as a man known as Ijau Brani, a very well-known warrior. It is a place as an offering site to seek supernatural strength and courage for the from the Iban deities for use during the headhunting warfare, especially during and prior to the Brooke era. There are evidence of pools, sacred pools. There are evidence of fighting areas of the deities, and also some fixed trees in the legendary stories of Ijabrani. Other than that, this mountain is known for its orangutan, especially at the western part of the mountains, with oral stories that have been linking to their community cultures, and there are also hornbills, and then bird and other plants as well. The other outstanding values of this mountain, you can see there, this is the top of the mountains where you can find what we call the areas for cockfighting areas. This is the pools of sacred pools, and along that there is the site for spiritual offerings also. There is a remnant of orangutan nest. There's a lot of waterfall as well in this area. So this is the mountain tops where you see here is the grasslands. And this is the area is called the legendary cockfighting areas of the Iban deities. This is very important site, and on the side, the other side is being used for spiritual offerings. On the lower part of the mountains, you can find a pile of sticks, a pile of twigs. This is actually a traditional culture where a man who used to lie is being made fools of. So everybody who passing through this trail, forest trail, they must pick up twigs or sticks and pile it there. This is to embarrass him for causing lies all the time. Now, if you don't do that, those kind of sickness will spread to you. That is the old man told us in those days. Next one is you will see the spiritual warden effigy. This is one of the community who still practice it. This is being put around their farm or even at their house, at the longhouse, to protect their house from the bad spirits. Okay. Now, this is the profile of the Mount Gunung Lesong. If you can see, it is about 4-kilometer walks up there and almost 3,000 meters. As you go up there, you will meet a lot of waterfalls in that area. And in the middle part of it, about 2 meters from the main trail, from the main walks, you will see the shelter, temporary shelter, where it's being used by the Christian who used to do gathering and pilgrimage. And as you go up there, you will see another waterfalls. And in these areas where you can see some of the remnant orangutan nests. Then you will meet the boundary of the national parks. Number 5. As you go up there, number 6 is the starting where you need to hold on the ropes because it's very steep going up. And number 8, number 9, you can see the Telaga Kumang or the sacred pool. So that is the almost top of the mountain already. Now from the chronological events during the Brook era, like I said, this is considered the spiritual homes of deities, where people do seeking some powerful, what we call powerful strengths. And then in 1990s, the lower part is always being used for shifting cultivation and hill paddies. In 1952, the British colonial era had gazetted most of the lands surrounding the western side of this Gunung Lesong as native land areas. 1978, that was the initial stage where the government proposed Gunung Lesong Wildlife Sanctuary for the conservation of orangutan. However, the community rejects the move and they demand monetary compensation. Because of that, it was later being licensed out for logging activities in that area. And then since then, it causing a lot of massive damages to the ecological system and the whole ecosystem services in that areas. So knowing that, local committee using a bottom-up approach seeks the upper part of it to be gazetted as national parks. Yeah. So in the year 2014, it was finally being gazetted and managed by the Sabah Forestry Corporation. And from then on, there are a lot of research being done, especially by the Wildlife Conservation Society, and they record number of nests. Those are the fresh nests and some of the old nests of the orangutan in that area. So this is very, very important for the area for the orangutan as well. Now, since then, because of the damages, the community has formed the Gunung Lesung Community-Based Ecotourism Development in 2018. It was officiated by a local YB who will become our advisor for the community. Yep. So this is the structure, organization structure of the Ecotourism Development Committee, which is chaired by myself, and the rest are all the Ketua Kampung or the head men also in the committee. So the goal of this GLC bids, there are many of them, there are 6, but I want to touch on the number 5. One of that is very important goal is reviving eroded and maintaining culture and tradition of the area which relate to the mountain, like I said in the other days. So this is very important, and the rest of the goal are related to ecotourism services in that areas. Yep. And how we are going to do that? So with this committee, they are going to develop and sell the ecotourism and cultural heritage products to the tourism industry, and in long runs, it will have to contribute to the conservation of these mountains and also the cultural heritage of that area. Yeah. So because of that, it will have to benefit both the community and also to alleviate the poverty of these areas and also to increase the awareness on their own cultural activities. So this is the conceptual approach of the committee of these areas. So this is some pictures of our meetings from year to year to discuss a lot of issues. And also we do a lot of capacity building for the local community who becoming the tour guide. And we work along with the WWF and the universities who provide the trainings. Yeah. So likewise, we teach them a lot of tour guiding technique, including the product of the cultural product embedded inside the product itself, so that they are the ambassadors who will share it with their clients in the future. Another activities we have done is to work hand in hand with the wildlife conservation societies, and finally they have what we call documented and print out the English version of the folklore books, which is on the wildlife tales that have cultural and spiritual link to the Iban community livelihood. So with this documentation, we believe it will help to preserve those stories in print so that the communities could take pride in their cultural heritage and the orangutan that figure so prominently in their means and also in their tales. So other than that, we provide some kind of training or engagement with the local community association related to homestay management. quite recently. Other than that, also we brought them to the coachings. We show them how to produce, how the production of the handicraft, and so that we'll have them to open their eyes to produce more handicraft in the future. The other most important thing, we are thankful to the government of the Sri Aman Development Agency that there are 7 physical projects have been approved and in the process of the implementation. There are 7: improvement of the forest trail to the summit. Another one is the visitors terminal building for the visitors. Third one is very important. That is the Gunung Lesong Community-Based Tourism Association. That is one-stop heritage center come indigenous heritage interpretation center. This is very important, where this is the place where the local community will meet their clients with the visitors, and they will also display all the material related to their cultural and day-to-day activities will be displayed in this center. So the guide themselves will become the spokesperson, the ambassador to speak up about this building later on. Other than that, there will be also a GLC bed campsite and also a kampong stay will be built. The number 6 is very important. Research and Development Center at Gunung Lesong. This is very important, not only to study about the wildlife, the orangutan, also the crocodile, but is also a place to attract international tourists or international researchers to come to study about the social aspect, social fabrics, or cultural issues related to Gunung Lesong and their community in these areas. Other than that is to develop the waterfall in these areas. So this is example of the approved one-stop center and community heritage intervention center. Like I said, this is a center for meeting and greeting visitors and to display in situ the increasingly eroded traditional indigenous knowledge and local artifact of the Iban communities. So what we're hoping for, our wishes list is that our future potential ecotourism products, there are various of them. Like I said, we intend to have a kampung stay. We intend to have a camp stay for visitors, river cruise, crocodile sighting, and even to provide education and volunteerism. Another one is to establish a community-based cultural and heritage trail, reforestation program. The number 7 is very important, related to the mountain. The spiritual and cultural heritage revival or enhancement of the cultural, spiritual values related to the mountain itself. And of course, the most important, number 8, is to organize a local community open days, annual festival, just like what Kinabalu had did from year to year. So on the festival, this is very important as an annual event to encourage community cohesion and a venue for them to share ideas among themselves and with their tourists and to showcase their culture and tradition. And it have to enhance conservation awareness, promote sales of the handicraft while visitors enjoying the natural resources, environment of the mountain. So the activity could include traditional Dayak cockfighting arena, blow piping competition, guided tours to the hunting trails, handicraft sailing, cultural show, river cruise, guided tour, and so forth. So this is activities that is proposed in the future. So this is kind of the community trails, right? So what are the challenges in trying to establish or implement all of these activities? Yeah, one of these, of course, most of the community are lack in the management capacity. We need to train them. We need to create awareness, such as hospitality services, management acumen, We need to bring them out on the study tour. Other than that, of course, the lack of funding and financial skill management to undertake some of the businesses, community businesses. So we need to look into the concession. We need to collaborate, and we need to have a partner with a lot of people. The other one is, of course, the issue of increasingly eroded traditional ecological knowledge, and this will affect the management of the natural resource in that areas and also the related cultures. Yeah, we need to revive. Our strategy is to revive it through tourism activities. So we need to train local hosts to a guide. We need to document some of this traditional knowledge. We need to provide community-based festival. Yeah, other than that is hoping that these activities later on will have to improve the infrastructures and product development. This is where we seek the government funding and to have the government to have us market the place as a whole. So this is one of the challenges we wanted to embark and try to find ways to improve things in this area. Yeah? With that, it could help to improve the cultural significance of the mountain itself, like I said in the very beginning. So with that, the lesson learned is very, very important. We must have a grassroots political support. Without the support of the politicians, it's sometimes very hard. Yeah. Likewise, it has to have the support of the government agencies and NGOs. Yeah. Especially the local community themselves, the local leaders themselves. And we need to engage with the stakeholders, right holders engagement from time to time. We need to adhere to the government plans, especially the Sarawak post-COVID development strategies. Yeah? And we need to engage, co-manage with the community themselves from time to time. The most important thing is in the middle. If there is no local champion and it is no formal committee being formed, it is extremely difficult to get things done in this one, especially in the community surrounded with the 9 villages with various attitude, with various skill and so forth. So this is the lesson learned. I hope that this will improve from time to time, because moving forward is not an easy thing. We need to really focus and need the support of all the stakeholders for that matter. So I think with that slide, thank you very much. And hopefully one of these days, we would like to welcome you and climb our sacred mountains. And these are the people who will guide you right to the top of the mountain. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor, and of course, Salam Dayak from us. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Just for information, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Victor will be joining us live from Sarawak, if not Tulung Lesong, in our Q&A shortly. This is the second international webinar of People and the Mountain Relation. We are talking today about cultural tourism and rural community empowerment. We're broadcasting to you live from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah at Hilton Hotel and joined by a live studio audience. My name is Dato' Petinggi and Rose. Just call me Atama. I'm your host and moderator for the morning session and also for the afternoon session. We also want to take this opportunity here live in our studio to acknowledge and welcome Tuan Janes Kansirong, the owner of Walay Tabilong Cultural Stay, Kota Marudu. We would like to thank Mr. Janes Kansirong for being with us today. You are one of not only an industry player related to cultural tourism, but you are our celebrated champion, and congratulations to you. The video is superb, wonderful. We hope everybody who sees the video of Walay Tabilong will come and visit this marvelous place. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at how many viewers that we have. We have 48 viewers right now with 194 likes, loves, or even hugs. But very important is your comments. Why is your comments very important? In this webinar, we are attempting to engage with you, not only for tourism and development related, but also for policy. Remember, BIMPIADA is Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. We've just concluded with the Malaysia morning session. Let's look at the questions that we have. They are coming, so many of them. We have Fiona Jamian, we have Binton Masansu, we have Claudius, we have Rachel S. Buandi with all their questions. Yeah, it's there. You can read the questions in the Facebook live or in the YouTube live or wherever you are following on social media. Thank you so much for all your comments. Okay, guys. Terima kasih, guys. Terima kasih, guys. Terima kasih, guys. We've received many responses from you since we started at 9 a.m. But let's now bring them to the attention of our experts and have that important conversation with you right there. So joining me now in the question and answer session, I invite all our panelists to join me here on stage, beginning with Mr. Albert Teo, Dr. Gaim, Dr. Paul, and also Dr. Victor, who joins us online. Welcome, everybody. Please come. Mr. Albert, beside me? Yes, Dr. Gaim. So, gentlemen, distinguished experts that you can see from our StreamYard panel just in front here. I think we have a question for each of you already. Okay, so kita bagi Anda 1 menit untuk kirimkan soalan Anda kepada penceramah kita pada pagi ini. Jangan lupa untuk menulis nama mereka dan kepilkan soalan kamu, dan kita akan pilih dan bawa di atas screen Anda untuk menjemput pakar-pakar kita untuk menjawabnya. Also, we are going to open a session for our live studio audience we'll send in your questions. So, panelists, we have a microphone here just in front of our wonderful big TV screens just in front of me. So, after we answer the questions from our online audience, we are going to answer the question from our live studio audience. But first of all, let's see whether we have Dr. Victor joining us. Can we bring Dr. Victor on screen? You see that? Well, anyway, while we are doing this, let's see whether we have a question for Mr. Albert Teo. Okay, dipaparkan sekarang. All right. Here's a question for you, Mr. Albert Teo. Okay, it's in Bahasa, but let me translate it to English. The microphone is just in front of you. This question is from Mr. Albert Teo. Kota Maru district is included in Kinabalu Geopark area and is the near future will be recognized as Kinabalu UNESCO Global Geopark. There are several Kinabalu Geopark sites such as cultural sites, geosites, and biodiversity sites that are managed by the community. We are interested to collaborate with Mr. Albert Teo to develop community tourism products in terms of tourist arrival and increase community awareness about tourism. Would you like to respond to that and chart a way forward for a conversation in the future with Walaito Bilong Cultural State? He's here with us live. Please, Albert Teo.
I was just curious where the place was. I think it's near Lancome, right? And I had a quick look at it. This product will hit my radar for so long. And definitely will be interested to visit this place because I think it's very well, the product is very well done. It may be out of the tourism route. So the question then is it probably be worth your while to do what I call SWOT analysis, your strength, your weakness, your opportunity, and your threats, and see how to tap into your strength and minimize your weakness. I always encourage the homestay people to invite tour operators. If you want tourism, you must invite tour operators, private sector, because they are the one who bring the tourists. So you know what they want, because if they don't provide the services and facility that the tourists want, you will never get tourists. And in terms of pricing, promotion packages, and product development. So my advice is look out for tour operators who are interested to develop culture tourism, and not every tour operator does that. Yeah, so look out, do some research, ask Sabah Tourism Board and Sarawak Tourism Board, whatever matter, to look for the right tour operator to help. And so you learn about, because the needs are very different. If tour operator cannot sell your product, they will not promote it. And it's very hard sell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert. I hope one night of Bilang cultural stay that gives you a head start on how you want to build the conversation moving forward, creating the engagement with potential tour operators who are going to be your partners. Do remember, the world has changed. We are now in the era of sustainable development goals, and there is a thing called global partnerships. That's goal number 17. And I think Albert Q knows a lot about that. I'm going to come back to you, Albert, with a follow-up question after this. But let's take our first round of questions. My technical team, do we have a question for Dr. Gaim? Perhaps more engagement and conversation around the ABCD mechanism. Let's see. Let's scroll down the screen. Oh, there's one good comment about TV Sabah. Okay. Wow, there are so many questions to scroll down. But while we are figuring out, selecting which is the question that our technical team is going to put flash, I have a question right now for Dr. Gaim. Is the ABCD success story ready for policy implementation at country level? How about the BIM Piaga?
Okay, thank you. In fact, about 3 or 4 years ago, the IDS Sabah actually conducted a seminar specifically on ABCD, asset-based community development. I'm not very sure how far they have gone to it, but from the practical point of view, most of the community-based tourism are actually self-sustained, self-started, especially after the promotion from the state government as well as from NGO. Say, for example, our friend Albert here. I'm sure the ABCD approach will be very appropriate to be implemented in the BIM Iagarism. In fact, I think some of actually our colleagues, our country friend, been implementing that. Thailand, for example, they have done quite a bit. So I suppose we can use that as a model for development for BIM Iaga. In fact, we are learning from other countries, Indonesia especially. If you go to some of the tourism attraction in Bali, for example, some of them are self-started using local products to promote their community, and they are moving from secondary income to primary income. In fact, some of them actually gaining quite a lot from the tourism sector. I mean the local and rural communities. So yeah, it can be promoted as policy as well as model for future development. At the same time, doing conservation in the backyard.
Yeah, so that just said it. ABCD is a way forward in policy framework, not only in Malaysia, not only in Sabah, but also in Bimpiaga. It's 2025 in 2 more years, and Bimpiaga needs to present something tangible and also intangible in terms of policy and legal framework for our region. ASEAN is going to be the largest opportunity for trade, not only investment, but in tourism. And we are lining up the conversation, preparing all of us the roles of community empowerment, especially for mountain relations for our dearly beloved Bimpiaga region. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Gan. I'm looking at the questions. We have found a few for Dr. Paul. Let's show this one from Rachel Buandi. Her question to Dr. Paul: in this era, is it still relevant to differentiate the roles between two genders, especially in empowering communities to increase their household incomes? Women are basically considered weak, while men are strong in terms of physical strength. Is that still relevant? Dr. Paul, would you like to help us understand?
Thank you, Rachel, for asking this very interesting question. We are very much aware that people say that today's society are genderless, meaning male and female should be have more freedom to choose their own path and career and so on without really considering the gender background. But the point that I try to share in the presentation is, in order for us to empower the community, we need to understand their cultural background. Only through this we reduce the misconception, misunderstanding, and so on. And we need to learn this community, because basically we are still very much into this cultural. We are very much influenced. Our behavior is very much influenced by our cultural background. So at least at this moment, or maybe in the next 15, 20 years, we still need to understand some of the cultural reasoning, cultural background in order for us to move forward. We cannot just simply remove this just because we want to be empowered. In fact, for me, we need to integrate this as part of the empowerment process. So for me, at least in our area, we still need to integrate the culture, our cultural background, in order for us to move forward. And who knows, maybe in the future is no longer relevant, but I had to say it that way. Especially if we want to promote cultural tourism, because that is without culture, where is our product? So we need to, if something that find culture is no longer relevant, I'm a bit worried. We will lose our identity. We will lose one of our product that otherwise we can be proud of.
Very proud of you for asking that very important question, Rachel. I hope Dr. Paul has enlightened you, but please do contact him for further engagement. I think the both of you can spend some time talking about this topic, knowing that it's a very interesting, and really it emerged today. The conversation has emerged today about this gender balance and mountain water and the labor work of the mountain relations and the people. We have two questions for Dr. Victor, but first of all, let's bring on Dr. Victor with all of us here at Kota Kinabalu. Salam from Kota Kinabalu, Dr. Victor. Good morning. Dr. Victor with all of us here at Kota Kinabalu. Salam from Kota Kinabalu, Dr. Victor. Good morning. Dr. Victor with all of us here at Kota Kinabalu. Salam from Kota Kinabalu, Dr. Victor. Good morning. We'll give 1 minute for our tech team to figure that out. But let's now prepare the question for you, Dr. Victor, and hope that when you come on, the audio is already sorted out. Here's a question for you. What are the biggest obstacles for maintaining the ecotourism and cultural heritage in Sarawak? I'll turn off my microphone and see if this works this time. Over to you, Dr. Victor. Heritage in Sarawak. I'll turn off my microphone and see if this works.
All right. Thank you very much for the question. Maintaining thank you very much for the question. Maintaining thank you very much for the question. It's a lot of echo. I can't really hear the question. Anyway, it's a lot of echo. I can't really hear the question. For the case of Sarawak, maintaining this kind of heritage and also the product is not easy because Sarawak, by its, if you look at the ethnicity, we have various ethnicity with various values. So getting all those cultures together is not an easy thing. So in the case of Gunung Lesong, we are very lucky that community are only from one races, the Iban community, so much easy. But in order to embed it together with other communities, the Badayu, the Kelabit, for example, especially the Kelabit and the Highlands in Bario, is not an easy. So secondly is, of course, most of these products are located in the rural areas. Accessibility is also sometimes very difficult. So what we are trying to do in Sarawak is trying to promote community-based ecotourism. We are trying to establish more of this community-based. Currently we have 48 community-based homestay clusters. So this is one of the strategies as we move forward in order to have alleviate the poverty of the community themselves and also to preserve the eroding cultures in Sarawak. One of the ways that we're trying to do is through ecotourism. Yeah, so the tour guide are the ambassadors to do that. So those are the obstacles, issues that we're trying to, what we call challenges that we're trying to pursue as we move forward in using the strategies underlined by the post-COVID development strategies in Sarawak. All right, thank you. Using the strategies underlined by the post-COVID development strategies in Sarawak. All right.
The key for community development is bring everybody together. I heard you saying the Bitayu have a cultural identity on its own and other ethnic groups. So I think one way forward is to bring everybody together into that conversation, that dialogue, and prepare all stakeholders, as you mentioned earlier on. Do we have another question for Dr. Victor? I'd like to see whether our audio is already sorted out, at least from here. But we're going to also have another round with Dr. Diane, with Albert, and Dr. Paul. is a question which already arose. Biggest obstacles. But how about a question that comes from me as a moderator? The Sri Aman Development Agenda. It looks like you are set to upload the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda for 2030. Is the development agenda going to be part of the Bimpiaga socio-cultural, especially tourism pillar, especially coming from the commitment of Sarawak state government? Dr. Victor, I'm talking about policy and the ways to push it forward to the Bimpiaga level.
There's a lot of echo I heard over here, so I can't really hear the question. I'm very sorry for that. There's a lot of echo I heard over here, so I can't really hear the question. I'm very sorry for that. There's a lot of echo I heard.
To enable us to move forward, again, we apologize for this technical situation that we have. We'll come back with Dr. Victor on another way, perhaps on a chat together with him. He's now live with us, so please send in your questions to him. And perhaps from our technical side, let's send him the question in text so that he can reply us in text. Let's move on with the second round of Q&A with our esteemed panelists this morning. We have about another 15 minutes before we end our morning session. Mr. Albert, you come from business sector, the private sector. Through the conversation that we're having this morning, to have the private sector involved through policy enabling mechanism of Malaysia government. Well, we are part of Bimpiaga and we have made this commitment to have and achieve a prosperous ASEAN through Bimpiaga relations. What are your thinking moving forward? How can we have more participation of the private sector, and what are the things, perhaps your advice for private sector before they enter into cultural tourism and community empowerment through your vast experience as a director of your NGO, please?
Okay. Before I answer that, perhaps I will also address some issues from Sarawak, because my tour company sell a lot of tours to Land Dayak, Bidayu, to the Ibang Longhouse in Lamana and Scrum rivers over the last 30 over years. But in the last 5 to 10 years, I see a rapid decline of cultural tourism in Sarawak, which saddened me, because Sarawak has always been very well known internationally for its culture, Ibang Longhouse tourism. But why has it declined so much to the point that I don't sell anymore? And that is not the only complaint from me. It is faced by all the major tour operators, friend of mine, because my business goes to somebody in Sarawak, Kuching, and then they handle the longhouse tours. I think there is a very sad fact that the tour operators in Sarawak has not been part of the conversation in the planning of government policy. I just share with you the Lamana and Scrum River longhouses. They have changed so much as to be unrecognized. The government built a road next to the longhouse. They built a new longhouse next to the traditional longhouse. The new longhouse is made of concrete and stained glass window, aluminium window with astro on the outside, to the point that the tourists are not interested to go there anymore. Because you go there, you see all the cars parked next to the longhouse. It's no longer traditional. So it's the same pattern repeated, longhouse after longhouse. I don't bring my tourists from Euro America to see a longhouse that is trying to adopt all this Western modernity. They want to see a traditional longhouse. To me, the best part still available is the riverboat, longboat ride up to the longhouse. Beyond that is a disappointment. So that is the situation. I think the point here is that the private tour operator need to be invited to engage the government policymaker to make sure that you tailor-make your product development to the needs of the customers who are the foreign tourists from overseas. So that is, I think, the biggest challenge we have. We mention often the stakeholders. You never mention the word tour operators because they are the key, the agent to match make between the local longhouse people, cultures, and tourists. We are the people who make things happen. Otherwise, I can't sell. So sad to say, I don't sell any longhouse tour, like it or not. Although I'm still very passionate. And we are no different in Sabah. We are heading that same direction. I promote this longhouse in Sabah so much so that it became so prosperous. When I went there a few years later, they built a bungalow house at the entrance of the longhouse. I would have camouflaged the building bungalow away from the tourists, so the tourists see the traditional and not the modern. So you have to look from the eyes of the tourists, not the eyes of the local culture. Thank you.
That's a very, very kind and warm response for somebody who has extremely great knowledge in the business of tourism, Albert. And for our friends watching from Sarawak, I think this is also a point for us to ponder as Sarawak receives, I believe, a niche market, especially of tourists. I was in Kuching the other day for the International Tattoo Convention, and that is also one element of cultural tourism where it relates to our traditional knowledge. But in the setting of modernity, I do want to support what Albert is saying. Niche tourists want to have niche experiences. That's one thing that we can consider, especially in the framework and policies and how we are working at it at the state level, at the national level, and especially later for the regional level if we want to make something work. Coming back to Dr. Guy, this conversation on that particular point, I think, is very important. What are your experiences in your community, helping them understand the need for authentic experiences? Because we're talking about cultural tourism. How far are the communities there empowered to understand the needs of the market? Maybe you can help us understand it in the context of ABCD, Dr. Guy.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very relevant questions. As the word or the from the acronym itself, Asset-Based Community Development or ABCD, we build upon the strength of the local communities. So, like I have highlighted just now, two most endowed by local community are the tangible and intangible product. When you talk about tangible, you have two. Number one, it could be the monuments or man-made environment, and the second one is the natural setting of the environment itself. Waterfalls, trees, medicinal, herbal that naturally grow on the forest itself, and as well as the small mammals in that forest itself. That itself is an attraction. And before we engage in ABCD, using ABCD for developing community-based tourism, most of the villages are using the forest as place for foraging and getting as the icebox actually. You get animals, protein, and building materials from that very forest itself. But now, knowing that it has more values alive than dead, local communities are very protective of their environment. And that is become an authentic because that environment has been there for times immemorial. In fact, within that forest itself, there are trails for local communities. And just an example, in our community, the 3,000 acres of land, if you pick a stone and throw in that a map of that community, the local community actually can name that place. Not only name that place, but they can also guide you to that very place itself. So having local community as a entity in the community-based tourism is an advantage because not only they know the surrounding environment, but they can also show visitors of what is there and also the story behind each of the places, either tangible or intangible values. So yeah, I think coming back to your question just now, an authentic ecotourism or community-based tourism actually plays in the community itself. Yeah, and then we have quite a lot of it in the state of Sabah specifically. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaim. Very eloquently put forward. ABCD is a process to not only map out the community needs and desires and traditional knowledge, and a buy-in for them to start up something. This is already an international mechanism. Dr. Gaim said that it's been used in Indonesia, in Thailand, to have and create, an authentic tourism development for the community. But we want to stick with the connection with the market, okay? Because Albert brought up a very, very important question. How will modernity mix, with the materialism and the dire need for a very authentic Bornean experience? I'm going to bring the question from Ye Yen Ku, because this is very related, and we want to throw this to Dr. Paul to help us understand where the Sabah Cultural Board recently has developed a community cultural protocol that could be used to preserve culture and the environment. How would it help the cultural tourism in Sabah? But perspective from your presentation early on, you were mentioning about culture, indigenous people's background. Is there something to offer more in the context of a very authentic experience for mountain-related cultural tourism? It's never been done before, perhaps, and based on this protocol, maybe something new could emerge. And especially coming from this conversation, what are your ideas based on this question?
Thank you for the question, Yayin Ku. We know about the CBT, community-based tourism, and there are a lot of guidelines, a lot of instruction that are available for community-based tourism. But there are emerging needs to develop another aspect of community-based tourism, that is where cultural-based tourism. Now this is more tricky because culture is something that you cannot standardize. Every place, every location, they have their own culture. And to come up with a standard way of developing that is very tricky because culture itself is very unique according to locality. Now, so the Sabah Cultural Board received a lot of query of how to move forward when it comes to developing culture-based tourism. And we developed in the process of final development. We call it Community Cultural Protocol, but specifically designed for tourism purposes, where we try to create a list of guidelines. Of course, in the book they call it cultural protocol or community protocol, but actually it is a guideline for community on how to, it's rather not what, but how to promote their culture. But we are using the principles or the criteria used by United Nations World Tourism Organization, UNWTO. So they have come up with 9 criteria on how community level can develop their culture, not individual level or not the operator level, but community level. So we use this criteria and we develop guidelines for each community to follow, and they can expand these criteria according to the community, according to their what the community needs in the local background. So we hope to produce these guidelines next year, and there are 43 guidelines there, and it is very extensive. And if I can highlight, say, there is even a guideline on how do you deal with investors, how do you deal with outsiders who are interested to work with you, or how do you deal with your signage in your village. You need to show signage, or what kind of signage. So it's a very comprehensive guidelines, but it also gives a lot of freedom to community to put their creativity, to put their own efforts in the system. So we hope with this guideline, more or less we can help the community to look at the potential in their own kampung, and then we hope to guide them, and we hope that other communities, they can also in that part there are also a guideline where they can work inter-community. So it's not just the community, but they also work with other communities to further improve their tourism products.
Thank you very much for your response and the details of the community-based guidelines that you mentioned. I think the region really needs something like this. I remember in some conversations over multilateral partners, everyone was talking about a guideline. Perhaps it's time for Pimpiaga to finally come up with a working framework through guidelines and experiences of local policy makers in Sabah, helped by Sabah Cultural Board. In Sarawak, as Dr. Victor mentioned, Sri Aman Development Agenda from academia, Dr. Gaib, and of course from the private sector like Albert Joe. I really want to again say this is very encouraging to have not just stakeholders but partnerships being built in real time for the future of mountain relations, especially in cultural tourism. We've heard and we've taken a lot of questions from online. Now we're going to open a question to our live studio audience. We have a microphone over here. Kita akan buka sesi ini untuk soalan daripada teman-teman kita, tetamu kita yang hadir di Hilton Hotel from our live studio audience. Sekiranya kalau ada, dipersilakan tanya satu soalan. Kita tidak punya banyak masa. We're almost out of time. But while we are anticipating somebody to ask the question from our studio audience, I want to come back to Sarawak. We haven't forgotten about you, Dr. Victor. I hope that our situation on technical has already been sorted out. If you have been following the conversation, Dr. Victor, do you have any remarks and do you have any comments? Please join us in this conversation. We only have a few minutes left. How about a last round, last concluding remarks from each of our esteemed distinguished panelists, all masters in the art. Well, let's start with Albert Teo.
Okay, just last week, I have a group of tourists from National Geographic USA who came to Sabah by private jets. They stay at our lodge, and we gave them a taste of Borneo. Our lodge is Sukau Rainforest Lodge. It's actually not, it's where you go to see the wildlife and all that, not so much culture, right? So what we do is we hybridize, we do a hybrid version. At my lodge, I have different costumes of different ethnic groups of Borneo. And the guests got to wear them, and they have so much fun wearing the traditional costume for the selfie and all that thing. This is one way where all the lodges in Sabah and Sarawak homestay can adopt. The staff get to wear them. Even though you may not see the culture, but costume is the most visible form of material culture. So maximize it. The alternative, which is harder to do, is communicate them. And most of us are not very good at communicating knowledge. So the best is to wear because it's great for photography. Yeah. So, and the other thing is, we have Kulin Tangan and gong in the lodge. When the guests come, we beat the gong to welcome them. Again, this will remind the tourists that they are coming to the jungle of Borneo. So, music is very important part. Material culture is very important. You don't need to go to the longhouse and see all this. You can adapt it into your homestay, your backpackers lodge, whatever. So this is another way of being creative. Thank you.
Yes, concluding remark from Dr. Guy.
Thank you. Of course, we cannot stop modernity. In modernity, actually reaching the furthest from actually on the way reaching the furthest community, including interior Borneos. But while doing that, and since we have the opportunity to do so, I would agree with Tuan Albert that while doing this modernization, we also need to keep in mind that in doing so, we must not forget that we are selling authentic ecotourism experiences to especially the outside world. When come to Borneos, what have they experienced from the Borneo or Sabah experience or any other places for that matter? So while engaging in modernism, from our community, we are very much aware of that. So that is why we emphasize on the asset-based community development. What we have in the community, we need to preserve, in the same time, promote it to the outside world so that the outside world can experience the uniqueness of both tangible and intangible values in our community. And at the same time, encourage the community to earn from the local base, community-based ecotourism, and at the same time, protect and nurture the environment. So I think with that notion in mind, modernity plus authentic experience plus protection of environment, I think that would just fall in a nice place, at least from the experience of our community.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guy, for your concluding remarks. Now, finally, Dr. Paul, at least from our studio here in Hilton, your concluding remarks, Dr. Paul.
Thank you again. I'm looking at how people often question on how culture is being commercialized, and there are views that we shouldn't commercialize culture. It is something that we we must protect but never get too much of a market forces inside. I for one disagree with this because in today's world, if there is no incentive, if there is no income, people won't have any incentive to continue what they are, otherwise they don't want to continue. A good example is traditional costume. If there is no demand, people will stop doing it. Same with traditional accessories and so on. So I think the question is not about forgetting the market. The question is how we integrate the market into cultural development, and that includes tourism. And if we can solve this problem, I foresee that tourism actually is a healthy agent to promote culture. Of course, not all practice can be continue, but my point is, if we can somehow find the balance between promoting tourism and culture, I think this is a very healthy combination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul Brodong, for your concluding remarks. Before we bring on Dr. Victor for his conclusion, let's just, in respect to him and our friend who asked the question, KCPAC, Sabah, we received a written response from your question. I'd like to read it out. To KCPAC Sabah, Sarawak is a multi-ethnicity, multicultural, multi-religious, and with the historical influence of Brooks and colonial powers have actually dictated our past generations on where they lived, their socio-economic activities, etc. The issues related to accessibility, spatial distribution, cultural differences, difficulty in assessing the natural resources, rural-urban migration, etc., have partly contributed to the erosion of cultural natural heritage of the local communities. Thank you very much, Dr. Victor, for sending us your written response. How about we allow for a concluding remark? If we have overcome our audio problem, let's bring back for the mic. Conclude. For a concluding remark, if we have overcome our audio problem, let's bring back for the mic. Conclude. For a concluding remark, if we have overcome our audio problem, let's bring back for the mic. Conclude. For a concluding remark. Our fight against the echo, as we've been defeated by the echo. We're very sorry, Dr. Victor, and especially to all our viewers. Biasalah, kadang-kadang ini unexpected technical issues can arise. So we've come to the end of our morning session. Perfect in time. This again, ladies and gentlemen, is the second international webinar of People and Mountain Relation with the theme Cultural Tourism and Rural Community Empowerment. Tuan-tuan dan puan di dalam studio, berikan tepukan kepada Dr. Brian, Dr. Paul, dan juga Dr. Victor. We have been broadcasting live from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah at Hilton Hotel and joined by our live studio audience. My name is Andrew Ambrose Atama, your host and moderator. We are going to take a short break. We will come back exactly at 1 p.m. for our international speakers from the Philippines, Brunei Darussalam, and from Indonesia. So we take a break now. We will come back at 1 p.m. Kita sambung cerita nanti. Okay? See you then, and do enjoy the various contents that we have for you streaming as you follow us live on Facebook, on YouTube, and our official TV channels. We'll see you at 1 p.m. Ciao, ciao for now.
Greetings and Kopi Vosian. I'm Jeremiah Richard Lim, representing the districts of Membakut for Mr. Keamatan 2022. As you can see now, I'm riding on a horse. while wearing a colorful and decorative outfits here in Kampung Sasai, Kota Belud. There's more and wonderful activities here in our own backyard. So let's grab this opportunity and explore Sabah. Kadada Vago!
Hello, I am Erwin Richard, a participant of Mr. Keamatan from the district of Putatan for the year 2022. As you can see, I am riding a decorated horse to promote cultural tourism here in Kota Belud. Let's enjoy this moment and gain some experience. So, come on!
Salam sejahtera and kopi Vosian. My name is Joe Japrin from Dewan Bandaraya Kota Kinabalu. And as you can see right now, I'm riding this beautiful decorated horse in order to promote the beautiful cultural tourism here in Kota Belud. Come and join us. Amantap Kopizo!